And go.
It's the Opperman Report. Join digital forensic investigator and PI Ed Opperman for an in-depth discussion of conspiracy theories, strategy of New World Order resistance, high-profile court cases in the news, and interviews with expert guests and authors on these topics and more. It's the Opperman Report. And now, here is investigator Ed Opperman.
Okay, welcome to the Opperman Report. I'm your host, private investigator Ed Opperman, and this show is brought to you by Archival Revival. Archival Revival is a Christian film archive, and what they're doing is they're looking for vintage Christian films. They're dedicated to preserving and restoring these classic films and media. If you have audio recordings on recording masters or even LPs and stuff like that, 16 millimeter, 35 millimeter films. A lot of these films they're in storage at churches, in youth groups, and vacation Bible schools, and they're sitting back in these storage closets and they're deteriorating. Okay, and the longer they're there, we could lose them forever. So they're looking for these vintage ones from the 40s, the 50s, the 60s, and they're willing to pay you for these films. So you can contact them at archival.revival@gmail.com, or their blog spot is archivalrevival.blogspot.com. So you just you go back, you talk to the pastor, you go back in the closet, you look for these films, then you contact archival.revival@gmail.com. Tell them you got these films, and they're going to make an offer for the film. They're going to pay you money to send them the film, and then they're going to restore the films and produce them out on HD, high digital quality. And I used them myself too, by the way. So I've used Archival Revival myself for some tapes that we had here that we needed to have digitized, and they do excellent work, so I know we could trust them. Okay, looking forward to today's show. Everybody remembers we've had T.H. Johnson on the show several times. We had him on one time doing a show about Geronimo Pratt. We had him on, oh my God, I think 3 times talking about O.J. Simpson. The first night I had him on, it was way, 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 way back in the beginning, and me and T.H. Johnson, we talked like 5 hours long. So finally we got a hold of his brother, Dr. Henry S. Johnson. Dr. Johnson also wrote a book called Double Cross for
Blood.
Oh, okay, yeah, I can't read my own handwriting. Double Cross for Blood, okay. O.J. Simpson's Constitutional Disaster. And also, too, you remember T.H. Johnson, his book is A Pursuit of Exhibit 35, and also his video, Serpent Rising, which I definitely recommend. So, Dr. Henry S. Johnson, welcome to the show.
Hey, thanks, and I appreciate you having me.
No, thank you so much. Just tell us about yourself. Who is Dr. Henry S. Johnson?
Well, I'm a physician here practicing, licensed to practice internal medicine in L.A. County, and I've been in practice for about 30 years. And you know, it's great here living in California. I was raised in Minnesota, went to the University of Minnesota. Prior to going to Meharry Medical College, ultimately I came out to California to do my residency at King General. And I received my board certification back in 1983. And I've been in private practice since 1984. And so that's kind of like just a bird's eye view of my medical education. But I guess the main reason...
It must be nice to be out of Minnesota, right? All the snow, but you don't have any snow in California. I know that, right? Unless you head up to the mountains.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you get in your car, you can drive 2 hours. You've been in the snow. If that's what you want, if that's what you're looking for. I'm looking for blue ocean. So.
Yeah, you can get in the car without shoveling the car out. In Minnesota, you got to shovel the car out. I'm from New York, man. No more shoveling for me, man.
I don't miss it. I don't miss it.
Me neither.
Yeah.
How'd you get involved in OJ?
Well, back in about 96, a patient of mine brought me a copy of the autopsy reports on Ron Goldman and Nicole Brown. And so I was just curious, like any other clinician like myself would be, to see what the autopsies had to say. And I perused them, and at first glance it was obvious that there were more than one assailants involved in the assassination of Ron Goldman and Nicole, and the more lethal of the two assailants was left-handed. So that's basically what the pathology report suggests. All right, and so once I read it, it was obvious to me what it was, and I would chat with some of my colleagues about my findings, and so it was just kind of like cocktail talk. Wasn't no big deal. But then the civil trial started to heat up. So I got the reports actually following the criminal trial, but before the civil trial started, okay? So as the civil trial started heating up, I said to myself, if I truly believe what I read, then I should commit it to writing, which I did. And so once I wrote a synopsis of the autopsy reports on Ron and Nicole. Now, bear in mind that as an internist, who my training was primarily in critical care, intensive care, and emergencies, so I handled all kinds of emergencies coming through L.A. County. And over and beyond that, I probably signed several hundred death certificates. So I'm in a position where I can talk about the cause of death in certain scenarios. So everybody doesn't need an autopsy report. We commonly will officiate a death certificate in order to get people buried or cremated or what have you. So, like a lot of doctors do not sign them. Generally pediatricians don't, obstetricians don't, psychiatrists don't, surgeons don't. It tends to fall upon doctors in my specialty area that handle like critical care and take care of people in intensive care units.
So what you're trying to say is you're trying to say that that you're qualified to determine the cause of death even without an autopsy. Okay.
Absolutely. Okay. So I'm qualified to sit down and discuss the cause of death with any doctors that typically sign death certificates. And I also act to explain to family members why they lost their loved one. So if we review an autopsy report, which tends to be in medical jargon, a layperson would be difficult for them to understand. So I can communicate the findings of the pathologist or the coroner to a loved one. Okay, so my interpretation of what Dr. Irwin Golden found on autopsy suggests that there are two killers involved, and the more lethal of the two killers was left-handed. So I committed that to writing. And when I did that, I contacted an attorney friend of mine, Bob McNeil. He's passed away, but Bob McNeil, he was friends with O.J. And so when I read it to him, he said, "You've nailed it. Let me get it to O.J." So that was the process whereby I became familiar with O.J. Simpson. But at that point in time, it really didn't matter to me if my findings helped O.J. or buried O.J. I just wanted the truth to be out there, and based upon my clinical expertise, I could explain the findings of the coroner. And so it just so happens that O.J.'s team picked up my work, but my work could have been used by any side. It didn't matter to me. See?
Right, that's true. Now, you say that there was more than one assailant and that it was a left-handed assailant did the most damage. Is O.J. left-handed?
That's right. No. As a matter of fact, O.J. cut the back of his ring finger on his left hand. And the point being is like you will never cut the back of the hand, which is clutching the sharp instrument. Like if you ever have like an accident in a kitchen or a workshop or whatever using a sharp tool, you're always going to cut the free hand. You don't cut the back of the hand, which is clutching the knife or the instrument, you see. So it would be impossible for O.J., if he was left-handed, to cut the back of his hand. That's the point I'm making.
Now, what about this? Did you ever examine photographs of the back of his hand, and kind of determine whether that was a knife or a glass like they claimed?
Well, O.J. said, that he broke a glass in Chicago, and I tend to believe it because I can tell you this, that, I've had to break the bad news to patients' families, whereby, a patient died traumatically or suddenly, unexpectedly. And usually when you do that, when you share that with loved ones, they fall apart, they might become violent, they become hysterical. When you hear that somebody has suddenly passed away, a close loved one to you, it's not unusual for you to act out, bizarre, hysterical, however you want to interpret it. So people may hurt themselves. And I believe that was very possibly what happened to O.J. when he learned that his ex-wife had died. He was there in Chicago and he smashed a glass and and that was the end of it. But I've seen that. I mean, like I said, when I treated people in emergency rooms that, were like died from a car accident or a gunshot wound or a stabbing or what have you, and the family members come in the emergency room and you have to break the bad news to them, you may have to bring the police and a minister with you to break the news to the family member. Telling what they might do.
Okay. Now, you came to the conclusion that there were two assailants. Did anybody else come to that conclusion as well, who examined the same autopsy report as you?
Well, Dr. Irwin Golden, he implied that. And I talked to some lawyers that were familiar with Dr. Golden's testimony because he had testified. He had done more autopsies in L.A. County than any doctor that worked for the coroner's office, and he had testified in over 700 cases. And the guy had a reputation for being a straight arrow, so he was not inclined to bolster or embellish his reports based upon what the district attorney wanted him to do. Now, bear in mind that Dr. Irwin Golden, the doctor that performed the autopsy, did not testify in O.J. Simpson's criminal file. They went around the country to try to find somebody else to testify in place of Dr. Golden because the DA just didn't feel that Golden would be that impressive. And so ultimately, when they couldn't find anybody to take his place, they got Lucky Lakshmanan, Dr. Lakshmanan, who was kind of like the administrator of the coroner's office for L.A. County, and he's the one that testified that one right-handed individual did all this killing, which is really nonsense. But Dr. Irwin Golden, the guy that actually did the autopsy, he implied that there was more than one knife used, and so by direct implication, you got to figure that if more than one weapon was used, most likely there was two assailants that used two different weapons.
Now, don't I recall from watching your brother's video, Serpents Rising, that Irwin Goldwyn testified at a preliminary hearing or something like that, where he did testify to the effect that he felt that there were two assailants, or am I imagining that?
Yeah, two knives. Two knives.
So, right, so he did testify there were two knives.
He did say that, but Dr. Michael Baden, he was able to review the work that I did before he testified in the civil trial. And Baden is probably one of the most prominently known forensic pathologists in the world. He testified both as O.J.'s forensic expert in the criminal trial as well as the civil trial. He testified in the civil trial after he had reviewed my information, because as I was telling you, Bob McNeil, my attorney friend, he arranged for me to have lunch with the Bakers, O.J.'s Dream Team lawyers, in his civil trial.
Right.
And they took me out to lunch. They took my information, and they called me about 3 weeks later. They told me, your information was great. It was just a little technical for us. And I was in awe that these guys thought my work was so prepared so well. But, being young, I really didn't know what questions to ask. They said they just passed it on to Michael Baden. So Baden used my information before he testified in the civil trial. And in the civil trial, the first thing that came out of his mouth was that two killers did this. I remember Brian Gummel was talking about that on that Today Show. I popped out of bed when Brian Gumbel said Michael Batten says it was 2 killers. But what Batten failed to do, he kind of went off the rails, because what he failed to do was he failed to explain how he discerned that there were 2 killers involved. Okay, but I can do it. I can do it. As a matter of fact, I filed a friend of the court brief on the Santa Monica civil trial, and that was an amicus curiae brief, and they discussed me testifying in the judge's chambers, where Fujisaki and Petricelli have blocked that from happening. So that whole civil trial, that whole thing was basically orchestrated. They were really not trying to get at the truth, you know, that there's actually murders on the loose today, but it was all about getting closure by virtue of hanging O.J. Simpson.
Now, back at the criminal trial, did the defense put on any kind... They didn't even know about this at all until you came along during the criminal trial?
Well, you know, I went to Johnny. I talked to Johnny Cochran following the criminal trial, and I went to his book signing, and I told Johnny, I says, you know, I reviewed the autopsies, and it was obvious to me that 2 killers did this. And Johnny said, we had that suspicion, but our expert just couldn't call it. And what that suggests to me is that these coroners play ball. Right. Everybody that's part of this criminal justice system, they all kind of have to go along and not make each other look too bad. So they always leave some kind of gray areas. Because if you don't play ball, because it's a closed loop, you may lose your job and you may not ever get another one. So, you know, it's like, as Johnny said, whoever controls the coroner's office controls the city. And so the coroners know how to shade their testimony commonly to go along with the criminal justice system.
And what do you think he meant when he said that they control the city?
Well, you know, before there's a crime, before you can allege that there's been a crime committed, okay, a medical doctor has to officiate your death certificate. Okay, this is not done by a cop. It's not done by a lawyer. It's not done by a journalist. It's not done by a judge. It's done by an MD, a licensed MD. Okay, and on your death certificate, before you get a ton of dirt on your chest, I have to sign off on your death certificate. And on your death certificate, there's 3 lines which cover the cause of death. Okay, and so if you happen to get shot in the head, and I'm a crooked coroner, I can say that bullet between your eyes was an accident, no crime. Boom. You see what I mean? That's what that means.
So like in the case of like Nelson Rockefeller, when he died in New York City, I think that was Michael Baden who showed up for that, wasn't it? And there was a lot of mysterious...
it may have been, I'm not sure.
Yeah, a lot of mysterious stuff with that. You know, where did he really die? Was he with his girlfriend? What was going on? A lot of bizarre stuff. But you said now you can lay out a case of describing to us in layman's terms why you think there were two knife wounds, two knife-wielding assailants, and one was left-handed. Can you do that for us?
Yeah. Okay. Well, you know, we're talking about dynamics. Okay, kinetic energy. We're talking about tissue damage and how a tissue damage would appear based upon whether it was done from a right-handed approach or a left-sided approach. Okay, it's just like I use like the metaphor of a baseball game. If you close your eyes and they tell you that 4 home runs were just hit over the left field fence, then you would probably bet good money that a right-handed slugger was knocking the ball out over the left field fence. Okay, so in other words, a righty hits the ball, the homer is over the left field. A lefty hits the ball over the right field fence. I mean, just based upon chance. Okay, and good money betted.
Sure.
And so, it's the same way you can tell if somebody uses a knife in their left hand and slices somebody with it, or if he has a knife in his right hand and slices with it, because you can tell by virtue of the tissue damage how the force was applied with the thrust of the knife. Okay, that's number one. Number two, the type of wounds that a knife makes kind of delineates whether the blade is single edge or it's like a double edge, like a dagger. Okay, well, Nicole Brown, she had puncture wounds in her neck, which were consistent with a single edge blade. Okay, now bear in mind that when you see a puncture, not a slash, but a puncture wound, in and out thrust of a blade, okay, then that the hole that the blade makes in the flesh takes it kind of conforms to the shape of the blade, all right, and so the stab puncture will be the length of it. It'll be kind of like a little flat wedge, or a little flat, like a little flat wedge, because the shape of a single edge knife is blunted on the back, and it's got that sharp cutting side. So if you just look at it in profile, it looks like a little flat wedge. And the length of that wedge is about the width of the knife blade. So you might expect, like with a buck knife, which is probably about 5/8 to an inch wide, that the puncture wound is going to be somewhere between a half inch to an inch wide. And so the wedge, of course, is the point of the wedge is consistent with the direction that the cutting edge of the knife is facing. Okay, so Nicole had at least 4 or 5 these wedge-shaped puncture wounds in the left side of her neck, and as it was, those wedges are pointed up and over her shoulders. So that tells you that the cutting edge of the knife is facing towards the front of her neck and then back over her shoulders. So it would be natural for a lefty to stand behind her and hold that sharp edge to her throat, slash her throat, and then reintroduce the knife into the left side of her neck multiple times, and that would give you the whole the anatomic picture of how the wounds were placed by virtue of a left-hander. The only way a righty could put holes in the left side of a victim's neck is that he would basically approach her from the front. Okay. Now, when a righty approaches a victim from the front, in order for him to make those sort of stab wounds in the left side of her neck, then he's basically holding the knife upside down, because those wedges are pointing over her shoulder. So he would have to hold the knife. Okay, either he would hold it overhand or underhand, which is crazy, either way, and then he would have to jab it into the left side of her neck with his knuckles almost like facing, over her shoulder as well. So that's kind of like the awkward position that a right-hander would do that. Then over and beyond that, okay, she has about 4 to 5 puncture wounds in the left side of her neck in the area about the size of a silver dollar, okay? So, in essence, what I'm telling you is that whoever did this, the assailant, basically hit the bullseye, all right, multiple times. The only way that you're going to hit the bullseye with a knife is like you have to restrain the victim, okay? Because if I hit you one time with the knife, you're going to like bellow out like a cow jumping over the moon. Right. So, I mean, the only way that I'm going to hit you, I'm going to stick you in the same place 4 or 5 times is I've got to hold you still. So the question I raise is the second complication of a righty doing this from the front is a righty has got to approach her from the front, holding the knife in a very awkward position, with his elbow straight, and he's got to keep the victim restrained from the front to stab her multiple times in the left side of her neck. How ridiculous does that sound?
And when you
Can
say
you
it, that
picture what I'm?
I know I can. It's very vivid. It's very vivid
Yeah.
the way you're describing it. Yeah.
Yeah. Now a lefty, he can stand behind her, put his hand over her mouth to muffle her, slit her throat, and pump her in the left side of her neck 4 or 5 times, and he can do that all inside of 2 to 3 seconds, and she's dead. Okay. So what is it? That's the point.
No, and what about Ron Goldman? What's the story with him?
Now, Ron Goldman, on the flip side, he's got multiple stab wounds, which basically are superficial, but they're all clustered on his left, on the right side of his neck, and on his right cheek. So, in essence, Ron Goldman has the mirror image stab wounds of Nicole Brown Simpson. Nicole Brown had her neck slit from right to left with multiple stab wounds under her left ear. Ronald Goldman had a slit throat from left to right with multiple stab wounds under his right ear. Okay, so if there's one assailant, you would anticipate that all the wounds that a guy with using his left hand would appear the same, or all the wounds that a guy that used the right hand would appear the same. Okay, if there was only one assailant, he was right-handed. Okay, so now you have to explain why their wounds are just the opposite. Nicole's are principally on the left side of her neck. Ron Goldman's are on the right side of her neck, on the right side of his neck. Over and beyond that, those wounds on the right side of Ron Goldman's neck were the wounds made by a double-edged knife. There was no wounds that appeared to be made by something like a buck knife. They were made by something that appeared to be a dagger, a double-edged knife.
And you're saying that the most damage was done by the lefty, so that would be to Nicole.
Absolutely, but the righty could not get the job done. Okay, so the assailant that took Nicole out, in my opinion, came to help Ron Goldman. Came to help the assailant that was killing Ron Goldman.
Right.
And so the lefty, as the righty was restraining Ron Goldman, trying to slit his throat from behind, the lefty approached him from the front, and he hooked him in the right side of his body. And so, if you know anything about boxing, a left hook to the body hits the liver, okay? And that's basically where the knife stab wounds were in Ron Goldman's body. It was like to the liver on the left, and the liver on the right, where your liver is, as well as the right lung. And once again, those wounds on Ron Goldman's torso on the right side of his body, they show the imprint of a single-edged knife, blunted on one side of the puncture wound, tapered on the other, and the little flat wedge, the imprint of the single-edged knife, those wedges were pointed upwards. So that tells you the cutting edge of the blade was facing up. And that's how a lefty would approach you from the front. If he's slashing upward with an uppercut type motion, he's going to hit you with that knife with the blade pointing toward the sky, and the cutting edge anyways. And that way it goes into your torso with the ability to slash up with upward movement of the knife. And so that's the natural pattern for a lefty the stabbing mark that a lefty would put on your body. For a righty to do that, a righty would have to reach with his arm extended across your body to put wounds on the right side of his victim from the front, okay? When you stab somebody, when you cut somebody, you tend to cut the closest, you tend to stab at the closest point to the blade, not reaching across the body. If I reach across, somebody was attacking me and reached across my body, across the front of me diagonally, I would probably be able to break his arm, okay? Because his arm has got to be fully extended, so I can just hyperextend his elbow. So I mean, that is ridiculous, okay? And so that's why I say that because of the neck wounds on both of them, which are mirror imaged, and the wounds on Ron Goldman's neck and face on the right side appeared to be the markings of a double-edged knife, just like Erwin Golden said, the guy that actually did the autopsy. And the wounds on Nicole's body were just the opposite, slit from right to left with multiple stab wounds under her left ear, and they're all clustered together, consistent with the lefty. And then the lefty dropped her and went and helped his partner take out Ron Goldman by hooking Ron Goldman near the liver and in the right side of his chest. Those are all consistent, violent puncture wounds with that a lefty would produce. Okay, and over and beyond that, the wounds to Ron Goldman's neck were superficial. He just had a nick in his left jugular, and his voice box was not, his windpipe was not cut. So Ron Goldman could scream bloody murder. Okay, he could, his everything, his windpipe, everything was intact. So you got to question, if a guy is getting stabbed, wouldn't you? I mean, I see guys outside of my office window battling some of these drunks and homeless people down here in Long Beach, and I mean, you can hear them, screaming and hollering 3 or 4 blocks away. So I mean, if a guy's coming at you with a knife and it pierces your flesh with the knife, you wouldn't expect somebody to hear that. I mean, Brentwood is such a tight-knit condominium community on a Sunday night in June, with a warm night in June, with people milling about. Nobody hears anything. The only way that nobody's not going to hear anything is if Ron Goldman had to have been muffled. And one guy is not going to muffle another man and put some lethal blows on him, unless he's gaffled him up from the rear. But that ain't happened. See, Ron Goldman was attacked by 2 assailants, and that's how they could get that job done.
Okay, I hope people are following this, because whenever I bring this up, and I obviously I don't go into the detail you do, but people always say, well, how do you know that OJ didn't have 2 knives? Or how do you know he didn't switch hands, move knife from one hand to the other? So I hope people are following this. Okay.
Well, I mean, you always, anytime you put OJ in the mix, you always have to use disclaimers. What if he had 2 knives? What if he's ambidextrous? He can throw a knife back and forth. Now, you got to use all this silly sort of imagination. What if, okay? What if, basically, how did O.J. do this and keep Ron Goldman quiet? That ain't happening, okay? Matter of fact, Ron Goldman fought valiantly. Ron Goldman fought his ass off. He fought for his life. Ron Goldman his knuckles had massive bruises on them, and he had teeth marks in his knuckles. Lakshmanan testified that Ron Goldman's hands were so banged up because he kept on punching a tree stump. Okay, that's what this jerk says. Now, can imagine if a guy is trying to take you out, you're going to be punching a tree stump? Please, I beg to differ. I'm going to try to knock somebody's teeth out. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to try to do everything I can to save my life. So you can figure, I'm not going to be hitting no tree stumps.
Well, what was Lakshmanan's theory that he was hitting a tree stump?
Lakshmanan was just there to cover the dirty work of the district attorney and some crooked cops in Los Angeles. Because fact of the matter is, Ron and Nicole did not get killed until after midnight.
Right.
You see, Nicole and her mama.
No, wait. Before we get to that, I'm familiar with that. Before we get to that, I got a couple of questions though. One is,
okay.
No, Lakshmanan. Now his theory was that he was flailing his hands around, and that's why he hit a tree stump.
Yeah.
Okay.
He never punched anybody.
That doesn't make much sense. Okay.
Yeah, it don't make no sense. But, Ron Goldman, it appeared like he got teeth marks in his knuckles, so he was banging. And you got to figure he would. I mean, the kid fought valiantly.
Now, did the defense bring up
that.
And did the defense in their questioning of Rahman, did they bring up the discrepancies between his and Goldwyn's testimonies?
I think the defense, all of the entire trial was choreographed, and the defense, they did some picking apart of the pathologist, but they were not trying to just blow the prosecution's case by tearing apart the coroner. Because you have to remember, the murder scenes were so violent and bloody that in sort of a macabre sort of curiosity, we all wanted to know what the coroner found. Were they decapitated? Were they mutilated? How much blood was lost? To give me all the gory details. Everybody kind of, in a little peculiar way, wanted to know the details of all this. Okay, so people waited with bated breath to hear what the coroner was going to testify to. So he was one of the star witnesses. As a matter of fact, Lakshmanan testified for 7 days.
Wow.
Okay. And he gets on the stand, and he basically, when everybody's waiting with bated breath to hear what this guy's got to say, he basically puts everybody to sleep. People even forgot that Lakshmanan even testified. This guy testified for the longest, practically, of any witness, and nobody remembers what he says, okay? Because he was there to put you to sleep. That was his purpose. And the Dream Team, they allowed him to get away with it because, they had already made a deal with the devil.
And what do you think that was?
What do I think that was?
Yeah.
I think that there was some issues that dealt with money laundering and drugs.
Yes.
That reaches in high political circles in Los Angeles. And that had to be covered up by virtue of pinning a phony murder charge on O.J. Simpson. And I think that's what they did.
Okay, I agree with you. And I even had Jeffrey Felix. Jeffrey Felix was on there live. O.J. started talking about Jeffrey Felix and guarding the juice. And I think that whole thing was staged too, by the way. I'm the first guy to interview Jeffrey Felix. And I know the co-author, Corey Leviton. I know him very well because they all live here in Vegas. So Jeffrey Felix's theory, he said on my show, was that 2 drug dealers went by O.J.'s house and says, we want to collect Nicole's money, and he wouldn't pay them. And then they went over to Nicole's place, and he thinks, not that O.J. told him this, but he thinks O.J. followed them over there and maybe ran around in the blood and then left, which is what I think happened. But that's what his theory is. What do you think of that?
I think that O.J. was on a plane. Because I could tell you this,
right?
Like the Browns left the Mezzaluna at about 9:15, and if you know Southern California, they live in southern Orange County. The Browns drove to Southern Orange County and made a phone call on their land-based line back to the Mezzaluna looking for Juditha Brown's glasses, okay? It takes you a minimum of about 30 minutes. It takes you a minimum of about 90 minutes to travel from Brentwood to Dana Point, okay? So if they left Brentwood at 8:45 and they drove 75 miles to Dana Point, 90 minutes. Then she got home at about 10:15, and at 10:15, she called the Mezzaluna. They found her glasses, and she told them that she would tell her daughter to pick them up. So at 10:17, she called Nicole Brown, and they talked for about 11 minutes. The phone call ended at 10:28, and then Nicole said she would talk to Ron Goldman and have her bring the glasses to her condo. So at 10:28, she hangs up with her mother and she calls the Mezzaluna. She talks to Ron Goldman. Now, she and Ron stay on the phone for about 5 minutes. Ron hangs up. It's 10:35. He sticks around in the restaurant for about 10 minutes drinking wine. He leaves the restaurant at 11:15. He walks home about 2 blocks away. He gets home. He takes a shower. He changes clothes, okay? So he leaves the restaurant at 10:45. He walks 2 blocks home. He takes a shower. He changes clothes. What time would you figure it is?
I don't know. What time was it?
Well, you got to figure if you walk 2 blocks home, take a shower, and change your clothes, you got to figure you probably ate up at least 20, 30 minutes.
Oh, yeah, at least a half hour. Take a shower alone, yeah.
Yeah. Well, at 5 to 11, O.J. is sitting in a limousine. Case over. Like I said, Nicole and her mama spoke by phone at midnight while O.J. was signing autographs on the red-eye flight. They hid the phone records. Okay?
And that's all outlined in the book.
Even,
Pursuit of Exhibit 35, written by T.H. Johnson. And he goes into this
right.
in laborious detail. We sat here for like an hour talking about. He's counting the stoplights and the stop signs on this road trip.
Absolutely. Because see, we went. In the autopsy protocol, when I reviewed the autopsy protocol, there was a field investigative report, Claudine Ratcliffe, and Claudine Ratcliffe spoke with Lou Brown the morning that the bodies were discovered, and she asked Mr. Brown, when did you last know your daughter to be alive? And Lou Brown said that his daughter was alive at 11 p.m. talking to his wife on the phone about the eyeglasses. Okay? Now, when the DA learned that Lou Brown had made the statement that his wife and daughter were on the phone at 11, that created a big problem for their case because O.J. was sitting in the back of a limousine at 11 o'clock. So they induced Lou Brown to change his statement, which he did. And so Lou Brown drove from his home in Dana Point up to this gang-infested neighborhood that I don't even go into in East Los Angeles where the coroner's office is. I couldn't even tell you where to find it. But Lou Brown went there and filed a supplemental amended investigative report and said that on the morning that the bodies were discovered, he may have made a mistake that his wife was on the phone at 11 with his daughter, and they were probably more likely on the phone at 9:30. Okay, so in other words, Lou Brown overshot by 90 minutes for a time where it only took him 90 minutes to get home. Okay, and over and beyond that, on a Sunday night in June, you know the difference between 9:30 and 11 o'clock.
That's right.
The last time you had spoke to a loved one that died violently, you would remember exactly where you were, probably what clothes you were wearing, and all that good stuff. But like at 9:30, which phone you're most likely on, whether you're laying on your back in bed or you're standing, you're watching in your favorite chair, your last TV show that you want to watch for the night, or standing over a kitchen sink. You know what phone you were on, okay? You know when you spoke to your daughter, all right? So for that guy to make that kind of mistake suggests that he was coerced by the DA to change that time, okay? And he wrote, and not only that, but Lou Brown, he wrote me a letter. He said that he drove that distance in an hour and 5 minutes. And I told him, I said, look, man, you and I both live in Southern California. We know better than that. You know damn well you ain't drove home an hour and a half, an hour and 5 minutes. Because I've driven it, dozens of times. So, I checked him on that point, and then after that, Lou Brown dropped it and moved away from this. But where I'm going with this is that the jury actually never saw the official GTE, now Verizon GTE telephone records of Juditha Brown. The only thing that they saw was a phony, fraudulent graphic art depiction of what the phone record said. And that graphic art depiction says that the Browns drove 75 miles down the slow 05, the Interstate 405, in sunny Southern California. They they covered those 75 miles in about 45 minutes, and you can't do that on a Harley-Davidson motorcycle. Over and beyond that, Shapiro and Cochran both stipulated that that graphic art depiction showed the exact time and was accurate.
Now, back in those days, it was fairly easy for an investigator or even a layperson to get a hold of those kind of the actual phone records from the GTE. You'd get it for a couple $100 to get the whole month's record. Did anybody ever try that?
Of course we did. As a matter of fact, the site was hacked, and there was an FBI warning that if you are on this site, you don't belong here, shut down immediately and get out. And the hackers, the FBI, showed up to their place of business in their home the following day.
Oh, really?
Yes, really. And what we did was when when we discerned that Lou Brown had changed his statement, then, by then I had sat down and I formed a relationship with O.J. and so O.J., I proved to him. I said, "Look, man, you never see the official phone record that says anything about 9:37, because that's the time that Marcia Clark submitted on that People's Exhibit 35 that says that the Browns were on the phone with their daughter at with Mezzaluna and their daughter at 9:37 and 9:42, which was BS." And so we set about going after the phone records. Now, we went to the custodian of records here in Los Angeles, and we explained to her what was going on, and she got excited because she said that was impossible. She goes down to that section of Orange County on summer vacation every year. She said it was impossible for her to travel that distance in that short a time. And so, but she said she could not allow us to look at the files because Ito still had a seal on O.J. Simpson's criminal file 3 years after the verdict, so which is nuts. So what she did was she wrote me a letter on the Superior Court letterhead that says, after reviewing the 23 volumes of sealed criminal file of O.J. Simpson, I was unable to find any phone records for June the 30th of Juditha Brown's, nor were there any subpoenas, which was listed in the minute order for that day. So in essence, now the phone records proved to be stolen from O.J. Simpson's sealed criminal files. Okay, and so then I went to O.J. I said, "Hey man, we got this letter," and so he says, "Well, I get it from my investigator." So she had Kathy Randa go to the Bakers. That was his secretary, and Bill Pavlek, a retired LAPD, was O.J.'s main investigator, and he told Randa that anybody that is working as hard as Dr. Johnson needs to see all the records, but just let Dr. Johnson know that the phone records are not there. Okay, and so that came from O.J.'s private investigator. So at that point, we moved forward, and we sent a subpoena to Verizon, to GTE, Verizon, to produce the 4 hours of records that belong to the people of the state of California, because the Browns records were subpoenaed and received by the people of the state of California versus Orenthal Simpson. So those 4 hours there's property of the people of the state of California. And we went to GTE to ask them to reproduce those 4 hours of phone records. And GTE sent me a computerized letter that had a check mark on it, which said, after 3 years, all records are destroyed.
I have a couple questions for you, and to interrupt you. Now, whose idea was that to file a subpoena, and what case number did you use to file a subpoena?
We used I believe we used the civil trial case.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay,
because he was in appeal.
And whose idea was that you could do that to because it's state property that you could subpoena it? That's very interesting. Whose idea was that?
Well, it was between me and my brother.
Okay, that's brilliant, man. Okay. Yeah, that's brilliant.
We just want the records. I live in California.
Right.
The records belong to me. I'm a taxpaying citizen in California.
Okay.
I mean, they get their tax money from me. Okay, I support the Superior Court. I want my records replaced there. Okay, that's it.
And so, but they said it was destroyed. But now, what do you think? O.J.'s investigator was in on this too, though. If he didn't have access to it, if it wasn't in O.J.'s defense file.
I never really thought about it. But he was honest enough to say, that there was boxes upon boxes of investigative material and court documents and all that. So he was just giving me the heads up, like you can look through all that shit, but you'll never see the phone records.
Right.
The phone records are not there. So, anyways, I showed that computerized letter to OJ, and because OJ, I was in his living room, and he said, "Doc, we'll probably never get those phone records." And I said, "You're right, OJ. I got a letter from GTE, and they said they've destroyed the records. He said, what? He said, let me see that. And he read, after 3 years, we destroy all records. And he looks at it, he says, yeah, but nobody signed this. Okay? So they sent me a computerized statement that says they destroyed records, but nobody's signature on it. Okay? So I said, yeah, I know. I'm glad you caught that. Okay? So in the meantime, we have the sheriff of Tom Green County, where San Angelo is the county seat, and that's the headquarters for GTE Verizon, and we had the sheriff of Tom Green County serve the GTE a subpoena to produce those phone records, all right? And their legal department called me up and said, Dr. Johnson, if you would get a valid subpoena signed by a judge, then we'll produce the phone records for you. And I said that the subpoena that you received is valid. I said, over and beyond that, a month ago you sent me a statement that said you destroyed the records, and now you're telling me that you'll produce the records. I said, which is it? And they said, you know what, you're going to have to talk to our lawyers now. And they just hung up on me. And so I had some stooge from Ventura County, some lawyer over there, call me up representing GTE, telling me I better back off or they're gonna get me sanctioned and sued and all this other, legal mumbo jumbo. It's all this other garbage, lightweight threats, meant nothing to me.
Now, when you talked to OJ about this, what was his theory about why his own defense never obtained these records and why they weren't in the file? Did he have an idea?
Well, OJ, while they were doing this, they had him drugged up in court because he was very depressed. So they had him under some major tranquilizers, so that kind of went past them. And you would not anticipate that your lawyers would, be doing that behind your back. Okay, but they did.
During the criminal or the criminal or civil trial, he was drugged.
Both.
Both.
He was drugged. He was drugged during the criminal trial.
And what kind of drugs were they giving him?
They were giving him major tranquilizers. I don't know exactly one, but that's what he told me. He said he was so drugged up his head was spinning. Yeah. So that's how they pulled it. Now, when the last day of the preliminary hearing in the chambers, the Judge Kennedy Powell asked Shapiro, "Are you going to put on any affirmative defense?" And Shapiro said, "Well, we're willing to stipulate the time that Nicole and her mother were on the phone, which I believe was 10:17." Okay. Now, a week before that, Marcia Clark come prancing into the courtroom because there was issue of whether the call had occurred at 11 o'clock, or was she was on the phone at 11 o'clock versus 9:30. Okay. So she comes in with a mini skirt and some tight 6-inch pumps on, and she was waving this seal. She said, "I got this from GTE. It's a sealed envelope, and it's the phone records of the Browns, and we're going to prove to Shapiro what time that phone call was made, and I'm going to open this on the record." And Judge Kennedy Powell admonished her, "Don't open that on the record. We'll look at that off the record." And Marcia Clark said, "Well, I just wanted to prove to Shapiro that we got the records and we know what time it is and all that good stuff, so I'm going to make a copy for Shapiro." And so that kind of foreshadowed what happened in the preliminary hearing a week later, because there they are the last day, and Shapiro says he proffers to stipulate to the time that Nicole and her mother were on the phone, which he believes was 10:17. Okay, now, which when he said I believe was 10:17, that's pretty much a guesstimation. Okay, because I believe was 10:17. The phrasing of that, human beings do not guesstimate to the minute. We go to the 5, to the 10, to the quarter after, to the half hour, whatever, but we don't guesstimate to the minute, to the 10:17, to the 10:18, so on and so forth. So what that does is that implies that Shapiro saw something. And 10:17 is consistent with the travel time between Brentwood and Dana Point, which is about 90 minutes. Okay, so and beyond that, if you had a question of what time the call was made, as soon as you saw that in the record, that would be burned into your memory. Okay, now when Shapiro says, "I'll offer to stipulate that the time that they were on the phone was 10:17," Kennedy Powell turns to Marcia Clark and says, "Marcia, is there a problem with that?" And Clark says, "If that's what the records say, there's no problem with that. But what record?" And Shapiro said, "The records you gave us in open court last week." So Marcia Clark says, "Well, I'll have to find them. I misplaced them. I have to find them and make sure." Okay? And so when they went back to open court, at the end of the day, wrapping it up, she said, "Shapiro, you got anything else to say?" And Shapiro said, "We did proffer stipulation in chambers." And Marcia Clark says, I have no proof of the time. There will be no stipulation. And at that point, the judge bound O.J. over for trial. Okay. Now, 6 months later, when Marcia Clark presents People's Exhibit 35 in front of Tia Gavin, the lady, the waitress from the Mezzaluna that talked to Juditha Brown about the glasses, when she puts that exhibit up there, Shapiro jumps up and he says, "For the purpose of this witness's testimony, since she can't authenticate the records, we will accept that these records are accurate and depict the time that the phone calls were actually made." And so Marcia Clark, she says, "You see that number up there?" And she said, "Yeah, whose number is that?" And she said, "That's Mezzaluna's." Now this poster board depicts Juditha Brown's phone records. So they got 2 times and 2 numbers on it. That's it. And one of the times she says, and that where it says 9:37 right there. Does that time roughly coincide with what time you spoke with Juditha Brown? And she says yes. Okay. So now what has just happened is Robert Shapiro stipulated the 2 different times to the same phone call, and those times were about 45 minutes apart.
Wow.
Yeah. That's the shit.
Okay.
That's it.
Wow. Now, when I talked to your brother about this, he has a theory that they arrived at that stipulation because Cochran made a deal in order to get Geronimo Pratt released. What do you think?
And that's what I think too.
You think so too?
I think the same thing. Yeah. As a matter of fact, I can tell you this. Like, I was on Pacifica Radio. Okay, with Gerald Ullman, all right? This was back in about 1998. And Gerald Ullman is the dean of Santa Clara Law School, and he was Marcia Clark's dean, and he was the Dream Team's constitutional specialist. So he was on the Dream Team, both the criminal Dream Team and the civil Dream Team, okay? And so me and Gerald Ullman are on the radio together, okay? And so the interview was kind of going rather bland, because I was offering some legal theories from a layman's point of view, and Ullman would respond by saying, "Well, you have an interesting opinion, but it has no merit for one reason or another. It has no standing, blah, blah, blah." So that's kind of like how our interview was going for about 20 minutes. And then a caller called in and says, I have a question for Dr. Johnson. And it says, well, so go ahead. He says, now, if O.J. did this, wouldn't he be, when they cut the carotids and the jugulars, wouldn't he just be drenched in blood? And I said, if O.J. did it, he had to be in 2 places at one time, because Nicole Brown was on the phone with her mother after 11 o'clock. And I said the Browns left the Brentwood area at about 8:45. They traveled 75 miles down the 405 freeway. It takes about 90 minutes to get there. So they drove that distance, and then there was a series of phone calls made after 10:30, and ultimately Nicole Brown Simpson was still on the phone with her mother after 11 o'clock period. And so I said, now, Marcia Clark submitted evidence to show that they were on the phone at 9:30, 9:35. That was impossible. There was no way possible for them to have made it home that fast. And they didn't make the call from a cell phone. They made it from their house phone. Okay, I said the actual phone records were never shown to the jury and are missing from O.J. Simpson's sealed criminal file. I said nobody even wants to deal with the issue that it was impossible for O.J. to have done it because they were on the phone together after 11. And so the radio host says, Dr. Ullman, would you care to comment? And there was a silence for about 6 seconds. And then Gerald Ullman starts chuckling, and then he changes the whole the course of the questions and everything. It changes the subject matter completely. And after that, it was rah rah rah, Dr. Johnson. It's an honor to be on the radio with you. Okay, that's the way that went.
So you think that he was agreeing with you?
Well, yeah, he was. I mean, when the radio host asked him, "Would you get a comment on the phone records?" the dude starts chuckling.
Right.
Okay, and Gerald Ullman was in that judge's chambers when Shapiro offered the stipulation to 10-17. So he knew. He knew.
Okay, and you believe the motive was Geronimo Pratt?
Well, I believe that. Well, I would say chronologically, more than coincidental, Geronimo Pratt came out of jail right after O.J. was acquitted, and Johnny Cochran was part of that reverse of Geronimo's conviction. And Geronimo should have never been there in the first place. His police informants lied on him. The FBI knew that he was in Oakland at the time that woman got killed on that tennis court. They knew it, but they just wanted to get rid of him because he was part of the Black Panther movement in L.A.
Right. Okay, let's take a little commercial break here. I forgot to tell you during the pre-interview that it's a 5-minute long commercial. It's 4 minutes and 58 seconds long. And again, you won't be able to hear it, but you got plenty of time to get up, get a drink, and do whatever you want. If you don't make it back in time, I'll just fill up the airtime till you get back. So we'll be right back with more of Dr. Henry S. Johnson. Now, his book is Double Cross for Blood, O.J. Simpson's Constitutional Disaster. But this is the brother of T.H. Johnson, one of our favorite guests here we've had on the show, his video is Serpents Rising, which I highly recommend. And also, too, his book is A Pursuit of Exhibit 35, which goes into great detail on that whole business about this phone record and the drive and timing the drive. This guy's got it down. So we'll be back with more with Dr. Henry S. Johnson after these messages. And now a word from our sponsors. Archival Revival, the Christian Film Archive, is currently paying for vintage Christian films. They are dedicated to preserving and restoring classic Christian films and media. So if you have an original prints, negatives, or other film elements of classic Christian films, or you have audio recording masters for classic Christian record albums, they want to buy them from you. So email archival.revival@gmail.com, and they're going to make you an offer. Archival Revival wants to preserve these classic Christian films so that they continue saving people for years. These films have brought people to salvation. They want to continue that. Their staff has decades of experience in handling and preserving of film elements, and they utilize the very best climate-controlled film storage facilities around the world. Contact them today at archival.revival@gmail.com. If there's someone you know has these prints, negatives, recording masters, or other materials from vintage Christian films, you can check out their blog at archivalrevival.blogspot.com. Now, just so you understand, Archival Revival wants to pay you for these films. So you can look in your church attic, in the church basement. If you have a friend who runs a Christian youth ministry or these youth vacation Bible study camps, they have these old films in those big metal containers, 16 millimeter and 35 millimeter. Archival Revival wants to buy them from you. So this is a sponsor that actually wants to give you money. And all you have to do is contact them, tell them what you have. If you're in the UK or Ireland or Africa, these films are all over the world, and they're gathering dust, and they're going to deteriorate if they don't get into the hands of Archival Revival. So that's archival.revival@gmail.com, or the blog spot is archivalrevival.blogspot.com. Don't forget, this show is brought to you by pscoco.com. Phoebe Sod is an independent curator with the Cocoa Exchange. The Cocoa Exchange is formerly known as Dove Chocolate Discoveries, and they make the finest silky smooth chocolate because the products start with the best cocoa beans, which are tested for quality and flavor by expert technicians. The Cocoa Exchange offers not just premium chocolates, but anything from sauces and spices to brownie and cake mixes, and even coffee and martini mixes. If you wish to treat yourself or someone you love to a sweet and tasty gift, then the Cocoa Exchange is the brand for you. So you go to pscoco.com, you click on the Shop Now button. You can see all their beautiful chocolates. You can order it right now tonight. It could be in your mailbox in a couple of days. Or if you want to get into the chocolate business, you want to be a chocolatier just like Phoebe Sod, you can click the Contact Us button, and you can learn how to get your own website, go into the cocoa chocolate business, and sell chocolate and make a little bit of money there. Remember, all these shows on Awake are brought to you by emailrevealer.com. You can go to emailrevealer.com and get a copy of my book, How to Become a Successful Private Investigator. But you also do all the kind of different services for you. An online dating service investigation. It's called an online infidelity investigation. And that's where you give us your husband or your boyfriend, your girlfriend's email address, and we trace it back to their online dating websites, and we return a list of all the dating sites that email is registered to. We can expand on that investigation and trace it back to porn sites, escort service sites, swinger sites, even gambling websites, and even prescription drug websites. If you think your ex-husband or something is addicted to prescription medication or involved in a extreme online pornography addiction, we can produce a report for you that you can use in court. Adoption investigations. If you want to locate your birth parents or your birth child you gave away for adoption, we can do adoption investigations for you. Asset searches for you. Locate bank accounts, hidden assets, hidden properties, hidden income, all different kinds of services in the asset search investigation. Email tracing. If you need to locate or identify somebody from just an email address, we can do an email trace investigation for you, and all kinds of digital forensics, computer and cell phone digital forensics, where we can recover deleted content from an email or a hard drive and produce a report for you that you can use in court. That's emailrevealer.com, or you can contact me at oppermaninvestigations@gmail.com. Okay, welcome back to the Opperman Report. I'm your host, Private Investigator Ed Opperman. We're here today with Dr. Henry S. Johnson, who's the author of the book
Double Cross for Blood.
Double Cross for Blood, O.J. Simpson's Constitutional Disaster. And he's a brother, T.H. Johnson, Pursuit of Exhibit 35, and Serpents Rising, the film. It's a video you can get. I always wanted to do a show about Geronimo Pratt, and I was lucky enough that your brother happened to be an expert on it, because he's great at doing these interviews, and we did a great show on Geronimo Pratt, and it's in the members section at oppermanreport.com. People can check that out. Now, you mentioned you had a chance to discuss O.J. What is O.J.'s theory of what happened that night?
Me and O.J. really don't talk about that.
Okay.
You know, we were put in place to go after phone records, and that's about as far as that's what we were there for. We were not there to discuss theories of one thing or another. I think that O.J. really never got a chance to grieve. You know, a loved one died tragically, and then a whirlwind took over. His family was splintered. He lost his in-laws. They tried to take his kids from him. He still loved Nicole, so he's suffering her loss. And then his life is turned upside down. They ripped the his assets away from him and destroy his reputation. So there were so many things swirling around him that he's still able to hold it together. So he's really not about really getting into the details of his tribulations and what happened, more or less, but he would like to reclaim his reputation nevertheless.
Okay, but now earlier you had mentioned that you had a theory that there was some kind of coke dealing and money laundering involved. Can you give us an idea of what your theory is there?
Well, I know that there was a lot of issues with cocaine back in those days in
Sure.
Los Angeles. One second. Los Angeles became the hub for cocaine distribution for the Western Hemisphere. And, the U.S. probably consumes close to, probably controls about 70 to 80% of the retail market for cocaine. And so there was, Miami was at one time a center for cocaine distribution, but that later moved from the Medellin cartel to the Cali cartel, who operated through the West Coast, and the production of cocaine and distribution went probably quadrupled. Back in the early '90s, the GDP of cocaine rivaled the GDP for the United States. They were both over $1 trillion annually, and so there was a lot of money, and that a lot of that money was going right back into the Federal Reserve's bank, so it had to be laundered. That money has to stay in circulation, otherwise you have hyperinflation. So they weren't just banging out new $20s and $100 bills. That money stayed in circulation, and as a result, that means to get those kind of dollars back in circulation, is you have to have some sort of corporate cooperation to ensure the money stays in circulation and there's no hyperinflation. So there are people that are in the high places that are involved with pulling the profits off of that cocaine industry. Matter of fact, there was documentation that the CIA was instrumental in the cocaine epidemic that developed in the United States. Matter of fact, they moved somewhere 1 million pounds of cocaine from Colombia through Panama, compliments of Noriega and Colonel Harari. So that came this way. And Maxine Waters, she pulled some of the sheet off of the cocaine industry, and she went to Nicaragua to do her own investigation. Ali North, during Reagan's administration, he, along with Onan Khashoggi, Oswaldo Blandon, Enrique Bermudez, they were all involved in trading cocaine for guns for the Contras, and so the CIA was instrumental in setting that up. So there's a long history. Lastly, Janet Reno, she picked up the trail from Maxine Waters, and after 6 months, she came out with a statement that, the CIA was involved, but they closed the investigation to the public, and that was the end of the story, but they did admit it. So, the undergovernment here in America has been involved in the drug epidemic. I believe they're involved in the opiate epidemic in the United States today. Yeah.
I've had Freeway Rick Ross on the show, and we've had the people suing about Mena, Arkansas, the mother of the boy on the tracks, Linda Ives. We've covered that extensively, but how does that connect to OJ, though? What do you think?
Well, I know that there was a lot of cocaine dealing going on in Los Angeles. I think that the celebrities are intimately involved with cocaine, because it was high demand, high price commodity. Celebrities, athletes, and from that matter, the general population. So it was easy to become involved in cocaine use, distribution, money making, abuse, you name it. It was all there for you to be involved with, and I think that Nicole and her crew were intimately involved with cocaine, either cocaine trafficking aside from cocaine usage. That includes Faye Resnick, who happened to go into a drug treatment facility a day or two before Nicole was killed, a locked facility at Daniel Freeman Hospital here in Los Angeles. So she was out of harm's way. And I have some investigators that pointed out that Ron Goldman, who was a tennis coach at Chevy Hills Tennis Club near Beverly Hills, was caught on camera selling cocaine and lost his job there. So Ron Goldman was acquainted. As a matter of fact, Ron Goldman is CI, confidential informant. You know, we have the legal documents that proves that this guy, his criminal file is sealed and protected by the California statute 6254 that protects the criminal files of confidential informants. Okay, so you know that you got to be pretty heavy to be protected by the statutes that protect confidential informants. And over and beyond that, the guy, he lived 2 blocks from the Mezzaluna. Okay, so in essence, he lives in a high rent district. He's 25 years old. He's got a part-time waiter job, and he can walk home in a high rent district where apartments are $3,000 to $4,000 a month. Okay, now I don't know how to do that.
Wasn't there some kind of connection with his mother or his father to some big lawyer in Chicago that was involved in money laundering and coke dealing?
Well, Fred Goldman married Patty Jacobs, who was married to Marvin Glass. Now, I don't know if Marvin Glass is related to Jackie Glass, the judge that gave O.J. all that time for that misdemeanor in Vegas. But Marvin Glass was a crooked attorney that tried to kill his partner. He broke his partner's legs, and his partner got his ear blown off. He thought his head, half of his head came off. But Marvin Glass was instrumental in trying to assassinate his legal partner, and you know, he ultimately had to wear a wire because he was he got prosecuted federally in relation to skimming profits from some of his clients who were part of the Colombian cartels. So he represented, you know, big-time drug dealers, and he was paying off judges. So, you know, he had to wear a wire to bust some of the judges, and he rolled over on some of his clients. He was facing 200 years and $20 million fine in the federal system, and he plea bargained down to 8 years and a $2 million fine. His wife was there with him every day during his court hearings, and after 3 weeks he was sentenced, and within 6 months, Fred Goldman up and marries his wife, who may incidentally be Fred Goldman's sister, and they moved to Thousand Oaks in California. So Fred Goldman, you know, I wonder, you know, what kind of circles that is he in, where he's able to meet a mafioso attorneys, you know, Rolls Royce driving, Rolex wearing lawyer, narcissistic lawyer, in Chicago, and marries this guy's wife and moves the family to Thousand Oaks, when you know, there's no history of any sort of an income. You know, when Johnny had Kim Goldman, Fred's daughter, in deposition, and he asked Kim, he says, like, what does your father do for a living? And his daughter answers, I don't know. I can't tell you what my daddy does.
Really?
Nobody knew what Fred Goldman did. Yeah, nobody knows where he got his income from. But that's Fred Goldman.
Maybe he's in a mustache wax business. He's waxing mustaches.
Yeah, and then Marvin Glass was over here for one of his kids. I think it was junior high graduation. I got out of federal penitentiary down in Fort Worth, Texas, and was out here at the same time that Ron and Nicole was killed. Okay.
It always struck me odd too. Howard Weitzman was O.J.'s attorney, and removed himself from the case. He dropped his client. He said because of a conflict of interest at one point, and let his client go and to be interviewed by the police all by himself. And he was a big Fourth Amendment type, Coke type lawyer. Did you ever look into that?
No, not really. No, my focus was purely the medical work that I did, and then in pursuit of the telephone records. So I kept my interests very narrow.
Gotcha. And what about anything? Did you ever come up with anything about a relationship between Mark Furman and Nicole prior? No. I think Mark Furman might have written something to that effect. I think that Mark Furman was out. He went out there on one of the domestic calls. Yeah.
When O.J. broke the windshield on Nicole's car. But, I think Mark Furman was upset about that. He's probably intimidated by O.J., but short of that, I don't really know that much. I know that Nicole she had called, 911 over 20 times, so it's kind of like she was using that almost like to set O.J. up. She's very aggressive, and I think she just got caught up in the coke world. Matter of fact, Nicole, one of my patients, Madam Alex, was the madam for Hollywood.
Okay, yeah.
Heidi Fleiss took Madam Alex's business over, and so Madam Alex was on house arrest, and so she's very interesting. She actually is a wonderful lady. She's very interesting, and so I would make house calls and sit up and talk to her for a couple of hours. But she told me like Heidi was bringing Nicole by Alex's home. So in essence, Nicole was running with Heidi Fleiss, who's a pimp,
right?
At about right before the time that Nicole got killed. Okay, and Madam Alex was, she had a dossier of these drop dead gorgeous women that were, she'd open up the book, says pick one, but I wasn't going there. But she had these women that would, they were like high class prostitutes. I mean, they were commanding $5,000 or better a night, and she might ship them around the world. As a matter of fact, she supplied prostitutes for Onan Khashoggi, who supplied Ali North the guns for the cocaine, to bring all those drugs here to get, half of the country addicted.
Yeah, and Khashoggi, very close friends with Donald Trump.
And very close friends with Trump, yeah.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, O.J. was in Donald Trump's wedding. So
yeah, I know, yeah.
Naples.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Now also, too, not to interrupt you, but Heidi Fleiss, Keith Zlamovich, he had a connection to Heidi Fleiss, too. Are you aware of that?
I wasn't really aware of that. I can imagine, Heidi went to jail at about the same time, so she was kind of out of harm's way, too.
Interesting.
But they're all, it's part of that Hollywood circle. I mean, the circle is smaller than you think.
Yeah.
And, it's all about basically drugs, sex, and money.
Now,
the basic.
Yeah, because what's her name too? The one in the rehab. What's her name again? I forget.
Faye Resnick.
Faye Resnick, right? She's related to that whole bunch with Paris Hilton. And when they found Paris Hilton's cell phone, when they hacked into her cell phone, her phone was all full of bail bondsmen and escort services and stuff. And Faye Resnick was totally involved in that whole bunch with Paris Hilton and her family and stuff. But back to Heidi Fleiss. In the 911 tape, where you hear O.J. screaming in the background, he's screaming about Heidi Fleiss.
Yeah. Well, Nicole had a crack party at her house, So she's over there smoking crack with a bunch of prostitutes with the kids upstairs. That's what OJ was pissed off about.
Yeah.
So he just didn't like. And plus, I asked him about. He said, OJ, there was a rumor that you were stalking her. He says, no, I wasn't stalking her. He says, they were still friends. OJ was giving her about $10,000 a month in alimony payments, and so they got kids. They have good sex together. So OJ, he had a key to her front door, and he said one evening he was getting ready to go out. He got to go out of town the next day, and he thought he would have a little romp with her one Saturday early evening. So he told me he parked in the back, and he walked along the side of the house to go around, unlock the front door, and he was walking along the sidewalk on the side of the house. The living room curtains were drawn back, and the window's about waist high, and he peers right in there, and Nicole is having oral sex with Zumowich.
Right.
And so OJ, he spots him, and he leaves, and he comes back the following morning, and he shakes Zumowich's hand, and he tells him, you guys should not be doing this kind of behavior with the children upstairs. Okay? So, the guy was not like this overly possessive guy that, was just, knocking women around and all this kind of bullshit, because that would have been the opportunity to go off on somebody.
Yeah, you know what? That is so true. Yeah, if he's some knife-wielding maniac enraged with jealousy, why didn't he do it that night?
Exactly. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. So all these, they make up, the media makes up, I had to agree with Trump on that. I think I beat him to the punch, but, they've been dishing out phony fake news for, in my experience, over 20 years. Because we have taken this, we have gone to court probably at least a half a dozen times in pursuit of the phone records. As a matter of fact, the one of the last times we went there, we filed a motion in federal court here in Los Angeles, and there was a O'Melveny and Myers, this massive law firm, was there representing GTE, Verizon, to keep us from getting the phone records. And so it was me, my secretary, and this attorney that I finally found that had the testicular fortitude to stand up with us. And so Doug McCann, he went and he represented the petition to get the phone records from GTE. And so we were in front of Dean Pragerson, a federal judge here in downtown Los Angeles, and GTE O'Melveny was begging the judge to sanction us, but the judge had read the petition and he knew it was a very strong petition, so he admonished us. He said, "Look, your petition is not ripe for federal court. I'm not going to sanction you, but what I would suggest is that you go back to the criminal courts and file a motion for the courts and the district attorney to produce those phone records.
Right.
And if they fail to do that, then you bring it back to me. It will be ripe for federal court." He said, "Now you can appeal my decision, or you can. I suggest you do what I suggest, because short of that, if you bring them back and it's not ripe, then you may be subject to sanctioning." And so we said, "Thanks, Your Honor." He gave us a roadmap.
And what would the grounds be for those sanctioning?
Well,
yeah.
You're wasting the court's time.
Okay.
And so we followed his advice. We filed a motion for the criminal court to produce those phone records. Okay. Now there was an attorney named Tony Zananni, and Tony wrote the petition. He's a very good petition writer. Doug McCann, he gives a great oral argument, but he doesn't write very well, so he asked his friend Tony Zananti to write it. Okay, so Tony, he drafts the petition, and he believes OJ is guilty, but he's gonna draft this thing anyways. Okay, so we draft it, get it filed, and so we're sitting in court with supporters and stuff. So the court's probably about 3/4 filled up. You know, there's media there. Judge Ito's wife, she is sitting right across the aisle from me, Margaret York. She's in plain clothes sitting right next to me. She's the head of internal affairs for L.A. Police Department. I don't know why she was in the courtroom, but she's right there. And then the judge, Larry Fiedler, who presided over the criminal courts, he ordered all the attorneys to go to the chambers, okay? So after about 30 minutes in the chambers, the attorneys come back out of chambers, and my two guys, Tony Zananti and Doug McCann, they come out and they look frightened. And then Hodgman comes out with a smirk on his face, and he's the DA. And then O'Melveny and Myers, they had about 3 lawyers, and they come out and they're all kind of giggling and smiling. And so Doug, he went up to my brother Tommy and says, look, the judge ruled against us in chambers. So my brother says, Doug, just ask him on camera in front of this whole courtroom about the phone records, why OJ can't have access to them. So the judge just starts out, Your Honor, OJ has the right, it's only right to access to something that could potentially exonerate him. These records are stolen from his criminal files, and we only ask that these records be returned. Okay? So Fiedler was mad that, Doug would blurt this out in open court. So Fiedler, what he does is he turns to Hodgman, DA Hodgman, and he says, Bill, what happened to those phone records? He said, did the Dream Team get a chance to look at them? And Hodgman says, as far as I know, I guess so. And Judge Fiedler said, well, that's good enough for me.
Wow.
Motion denied.
Wow.
Motion denied.
Wow.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I go out in the hall and I talk to the media, and the media is behind me 100%. But unfortunately, they don't write or publish nothing. Okay.
Yeah.
But they feel it, but they get shut down. They don't mention none of this. Okay. So the next day, Zananti, he calls me up, and he says, Doc, he says, I had an epiphany. I believe the OJ is innocent, but we could never go back to court. I said, Tony, I'm glad you feel that way now, but Judge Pregerson told us what to do. He said to bring this right back to him if they refuse to produce those records. He says, you don't understand, Doc. We can never go back to court. I said, all I'm telling you is what Pregerson told us. And he says, we could not go back to court, and then he hung up on me, and I never heard from him again.
Wow.
Okay, so whatever happens to these attorneys, and that ain't the first one, it happened to Mary McKeon as well. She and Lou Brown wrote a book about domestic violence. They co-authored a book about domestic violence back about 1996. And when I showed her the information that we had, and we also had another video that I had done on this public television station. Then she said, the son of a gun didn't do it. She believed in OJ's innocence, and she jumped on that bandwagon, and she went to court with me to get phone records when we first started to do this. And they got to Mary McKeon. She started crying and broke away from me and took off, and then never heard from her again. And more recently, Doug McCann, the guy that took this state in the federal court, he got disbarred. So every attorney, I talked to one attorney before. He said, Doc, I wouldn't touch that stuff with a 50-foot pole.
That reminds me of when you hear some of the sidebars, when you read some of the sidebars, they talk about they were afraid of Anthony Pelicano. And when Anthony Pelicano came up, they were all saying, oh, I'm not dealing with Pelicano. I'm not dealing with Pelicano. What do you know anything about that?
No, all I know is Pelicano got a long stretch in
That's true too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's another one out of the way.
I think that was it. I think it might have been Sylvester Stallone that was getting No. It was Seagal.
Steven Seagal, yeah.
That was getting extorted.
Yeah.
And, Pelicano was working with him. Pelicano was working with Michael Jackson.
Yeah.
Pelicano told Johnny Cochran he should never take a deal. That was all, with that Jody Chandler and all that stuff was nothing more than Ruth, and we could prove it. It was Johnny Cochran that talked Michael into taking the deal, but Pelicano said, don't do it.
And Pelicano admitted that Furman was a client.
Say that again.
Pelicano admitted that Furman was his client at one point.
He did?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, I had another guest on the show, Mike Rothmiller, who was LAPD intelligence unit. He's retired now. And he told me, he said that the cops had, when O.J. was in the house there right before the slow-speed chase, that the cops had him under 24-hour surveillance, but they lifted that surveillance right before he took off out of the house in order to let him escape. Have you ever heard anything about that?
No. All I knew was, like, O.J. was slated to turn himself in at 10:30 or 11:30, and he didn't get back in time. So then they call all points bulletin, and that anybody's helping O.J. is a felon, assisting a felon.
Right.
And they didn't draw no guns on O.J. They claim he had a gun in the car, Now, here's a guy that's supposed to kill violently two white people, a black guy with a gun, right? And when he gets back to where his mother was, they just let him waltz in the car. There was no SWAT drawing guns and all this other stuff. And there was no arrest of A.C. Collins. A.C. Collins was the one that was driving the car. So they already knew. I mean, that was all part of that media ruse. There's no weapons, there's no money, there's none of that stuff.
And you don't know anything about like a boat waiting for him down in Florida?
No.
No, Joey Ippolito? Joey Ippolito doesn't ring a bell?
Well, I know a little about Joey Ippolito, but I don't know that much about him.
Okay.
Where's O.J. going to go anyway? It's recognized internationally.
Yeah. Now, are you familiar with the whole Steven Singular theory with Mark Furman and the Nazis and all that kind of stuff like that? What do you make of that?
I can't really comment too much on it. All I can say is I believe that what you see going on today with the resurgence of these so-called neo-Nazis, I think that's part and parcel of what happened to O.J. back in 1995, because that created such a schism in ethnic society that white people became paranoid and angry because black people were celebrating the fact that O.J. was acquitted. Now, from my perspective, I watched the trial closely, and what I saw when they made the argument that there's EDTA in this blood, okay, and I watched where Henry Lee had said that the swatches that had O.J.'s blood on them no longer had Andrea Mazzola's identifying markings on those swatches. Plus, the bindles in which the swatches were placed, those little coin envelopes that they put those swatches in before they sent them to Cellmark Labs. After the swatch, the cotton absorbent paper with the blood on it, had sat in the drying chamber for 24 hours and ultimately put in these little coin envelopes, there was still a transfer of liquid off of the cotton swab onto the inside of the coin envelope, and what that implies that the swatch was still wet, and the only swatches, the only envelopes which showed a watermark or liquid transferring were the envelopes which contained O.J.'s DNA. Okay, and no longer did these swatches have Andrea Mazzola, the criminologist's markings on them, which implies that the swatches were switched. Okay, and that's what Henry Lee meant when he said something's wrong.
Yeah, and don't forget too, the socks too had blood drops right through the sock with no foot in it.
You could take every bit of the prosecution's case and dismantle it. It doesn't stand, really heavy-duty scrutiny. None of it does.
Yeah, well, we had Dr. Fred. Yeah, Dr. Fred.
What is it? It was Goebbels that said,
Big lie.
The bigger the lie, the more believable. And if you just repeat a lie 100 times, it becomes the truth.
Yeah.
And that's what the media is, So our media copied what the Nazis were doing in the time of the Third Reich.
Yeah, it's just, I'm 55 years old. I can't believe we're talking about Nazis again. I remember back in 1977 when the ACLU said that those Skokie Nazis could march. It was such a big deal. It was settled back, back then. It's just, the whole thing's just crazy. But I had Dr. Fred Whitehurst, who was the head of the FBI forensic lab, who handled the Oklahoma City bombing and the Trade Center bombing, the first one with the van. This guy, well-respected forensic scientist, and he was ready to test, and while an active duty FBI agent was ready to testify for the defense that there was EDTA in the blood there, but they didn't even need him, and they were so convinced that they were going to win the trial. Now, I was going to ask you too about, because you mentioned how it's we're not using the word, but like it was a big conspiracy. You know what I mean? A big setup, and here you got this guy Mark Furman. Where these tapes, we hear these tapes now, where he's talking about committing all these crimes as a cop, kicking in doors and doing all this stuff. And now they look back and they see these things, these incidents actually happened. They're shooting a guy out in the street and they bring him into his house, or vice versa, whatever it was. And then they put him on Fox News and all this stuff. So how high do you think this goes?
Well, there's a lot of things that go on in this world that are beyond me and your control. We're sitting in a society where they tell us, this is the best of all worlds, and there's not a better judicial system, and so on and so forth. It's like, we should not be comparing ourselves to other countries. We should be comparing ourselves to where we are and where we should be. Okay. The media fails at its job of due diligence and protecting our constitutional guarantees by virtue of exposing tyranny and corruption in law enforcement and political corruption. But as long as they mask it, there's a saying that without due diligence, the media turns democracy to a fraud, and that's basically what we got. And until fortunately, there's people like yourself that have the backbone to help to disseminate quality information. But until Americans waking up to it, we're clinging to these superstitions of bigotry. I mean, this country is built on some sort of a supremacy cult that has us going out the world backwards. Pretty soon, the cost of living is such that, we can't even afford our kids a decent education.
Yeah.
We're raising a generation of fools, and we're not going to be able to keep up with the likes of China and Japan and India. Give it another 20 years, or we'll be a third-rate country.
Yeah, it's not very encouraging. I could tell you that. Now, you as a doctor, because you mentioned before the opiate crisis that we have in this country right now. Now, from my perspective, it seems to be that the doctors are getting these people on the OxyContin and that kind of, and the Demerol and that stuff. Putting people on painkillers, and these young single mothers. Because the number one heroin addicts right now are white single moms. Young.
Right.
Yeah.
I got it. Okay. Well, there's a couple things going on here.
Yeah.
Okay. Number one, see, I've got. My population, my patient population, is probably even across the board: black, white, Hispanic, Asian. I think it's a little bit more heavily loaded with blue collar whites, and there's a lot of people that are suffering that basically require medication. So you can't get away with that. The older you are, the more likely you got some sort of medical problem.
Yeah.
Okay. But what really compromises is the fact that in that hidden agenda, there's money in the opiate industry. Okay, that's the contraband industry. Now, I've had patients that ex-Marines that were in Iraq and Afghanistan and all that good stuff, as Marines. And after a tour of duty, they resigned and joined up with Z or Blackwater or what have you,
Right.
and went back to Afghanistan. And their main function was to guard poppy fields. Okay, so that's what they were doing, making anywhere from $600 to $700 a day. When prior to that, they were making minimum wage as Marines. So now they're over there guarding poppy fields, and the production of heroin has probably quadrupled since Desert Storm. So there is a direct relationship with the CIA and the military contractors and so forth, and with this opiate epidemic. So, I mean, these things are not discussed, but don't tell me that somebody high up is not making a lot of money with this distribution, okay? Now, on the flip side, yeah, there are some doctors with some issues, absolutely, okay? But patients come to doctors seeking medication, all right? It's, like, for example, my practice, I would treat somebody that comes to me and complains that they're suffering chronic pain or what have you, okay? But I'm not going out on the street pulling people to my office to say, take this opiate or that opiate. I'd rather for them not to take an opiate. But I know principally in this country or in this world, there's two medications that probably 99.9% of the time are going to work, and that's an opiate and a benzodiazepine. At the same time, they're probably the two main medications that are mostly abused. But, until we do more research on marijuana, and marijuana is completely legalized, we're going to have these ongoing problems. Over and beyond that, drug addiction is not a criminal problem, it's a medical problem, and it should be treated as such. If you decriminalize a lot of this, and we really get down to business taking care of each other, like providing with single-payer insurance and taking this drug crisis into a clinical setting, then we'll be able to get ahead of the game. But as long as this thing has been criminalized, this government, seems to me, is all about criminalization.
Yeah.
I mean, ever since the trial of the century, the prison population has increased by 2,000%. 2,000%. That's like you go into a bar, there's 100 guys, one's going to jail 30 years ago. You go into it today, 20 guys out of 100 are going to jail. That's what it's like. I mean, this is an abomination where we are like one of the greatest industrial power in the world, yet we have the largest prison population. You see, so I mean, there's this uptick in the prison population. Our society hasn't all of a sudden turned into criminals. I mean, there's like an agenda to make us criminal. You see?
Yeah, and
that's
even
my perspective.
No, and I agree with you. I'm a defense investigator, and I see this every day. And if they're not going to jail, they're on probation or they're on some kind of court order to classes or something. Like everyone's in the system,
Right.
It's just unbelievable. Or probation, yeah, probation. Now, and also it's interesting too because it was the OJ case that started all these domestic violence arrests, which is another one, which is a gateway arrest for people, where you get a domestic violence arrest. The first one, you plead guilty because you want to go back to work. Second one, you're facing 2-3 years. Third one, 7 years. And here in Nevada, they just arrest anybody. If you make a domestic violence call, someone in that house is going to jail that night. So
absolutely.
It's
same thing over here.
Yeah.
Same thing over here.
Now, what about Bernie Sanders?
And where my issue is regarding domestic violence, there should be an intermediary agency that people can go to to deal with domestic dispute before it becomes a criminal issue.
For calling the cops, yeah.
If the society was purely trying to do something about domestic violence, we would nip it before it got to the stage of being violent. And that's the way you would do it. You would set up some kind of an agency that could intervene early in the game. Somebody could make a call and say, look, I don't want my marriage to fall apart. I don't want my relationship to fall apart. can you help us over here get this thing resolved before you know we have to call 911 and the police are out here. And 911 in the black community is like playing Russian roulette.
That is so true, yeah. And I tell every client, the last thing you should do is call the cops for any reason, even to report a crime. Even when, if my house got robbed right now, I wouldn't call the cops. Because the first thing they're going to do is they're going to run you for warrants. They run everybody for warrants in sight. What if your name is similar to another guy with a warrant? Next thing you know, you're sitting in jail until they straighten it out, you know?
Yeah. And you can have somebody through nepotism became a law enforcement person, and they may not even have a high school diploma. Okay, and they come in your ambience, and next thing you know, they can make a decision that can destroy your life.
Some 19-year-old kid
pull a trigger or not, they can make a decision that can ruin you.
Back to the medical profession, though. What do you think of Bernie's plan, Medicare for All?
Say that. I think that, first of all, if you really understand the numbers, our healthcare expenditure, 50% of all healthcare expenditure is spent on people that will be dead in 30 days.
Oh, interesting.
And 80% of it is spent on people that will be dead in 6 months. Now, that can be reduced. That can definitely be reduced. Now, the insurance companies are not going broke. As a matter of fact, they're like blue chip companies.
Yeah.
But insurance companies only insure the healthy. Okay. If you're a young person, you have to use your insurance. You're not going to have insurance very long. Okay. So insurance companies are in the business of insuring the healthy. The government is really we the people. We the people should be taking care of each other, okay? As a matter of fact, it's constitutional. Just like in the preamble, it talks about providing for the defense and promoting the general welfare. There's nothing more general about your welfare than your health, okay? And so they have the same weight when you talk about providing for the defense and promoting the general welfare. Those clauses have the same weight in the preamble of the Constitution, okay? So we should be about taking care of each other. If we can have the number one defense in the world, we should have the number one health care in the world for everyone. And one of the reasons that we don't have it is because of our heterogeneous population. And the heterogeneity affects the so-called white worker that doesn't want to pay for the benefits of brown-skinned people and so on and so forth. They're led to believe that one group is taken from the other. When basically we have so much in common, we should be about helping each other, taking care of humanity, rather than trying to be greedy and let me just take care of myself and not worry about anybody else. So there's enough. If this government just sold insurance, and when I mean government, I mean we the people, we taking care of each other. If we do that, and we all buy brown paper bag insurance at a budget price, we can take the profit out of the damn thing.
Right.
And this way, everybody can have health care coverage. You should not be reduced to indigency on your knees begging for some health care. That is absurd. But that's practically where we are today.
Oh, no, yeah. I'm 55 years old. I got a freaking hernia. I got no insurance. I can't pay for this thing. It's just getting worse and worse every day. But I always say, what is a private for-profit insurance company involved in this equation whatsoever to begin with? That money should go into a fund, to build hospitals and buy pills, and you know what, and doctor educations, medical educations. You know, not an insurance company, a CEO of an insurance company making $300 million a year. This is what they're making. You know,
I got it.
Yeah.
I got it.
Yeah,
I got it. But I've always felt like this. I mean, my father was a doctor, so I mean, he felt like that.
Yeah.
You know, he was a doctor a generation ago. So I mean, this is in the inner city. You know, guys that basically take care of a lot of patients in private practice. They could tell you how to structure, a fee-for-service scenario that would be compatible to make sure everybody was covered and you know, nobody would be suffering nonetheless from it.
Yeah, and it would benefit. It would benefit every other area of society too. We were just talking last week about this gentleman here, in Las Vegas, 25 years old, who was suffering from depression and suicidal. And he was naked. He went to a church that I go to. He went to a church for help. And he showed up with a gun, and he was naked. And but when the cops came, he did drop the gun, but they shot him in the back anyway. They sicked the dog on him. So he starts running away, unarmed, naked, and they shoot him in the back with a rifle.
And shoot him in the back.
Yeah, and here's
with
the guy.
A rifle.
Yeah, and here's the guy after sicking a dog on him, and the dog bit a cop by mistake. The video's online; you could find it. But the thing is, before this guy gets to a point where he's so desperate he has to go to a church with a gun, there should be some kind of medical intervention, or like you said, a mental health line you can call when you're fighting with your wife, you're fighting with your kids, to seek help.
Right.
Ah, yeah. Boy. I know, man. It's just
we can get it solved if people just open their minds,
Yeah, turn off the Kardashians.
They're clinging to this.
Yeah. So before we came on the air, you were telling us about the day that OJ was being pardoned there. That they called you, they invited you to go on with George Stephanopoulos. Can you tell us that story real quick?
Well, they called. Actually, I had done 2020. I got invited to do 2020 with Deborah Roberts about a week prior to that. So they flew me to Vegas, and they had a hotel suite over there. There's Deborah and her staff to film our interview, and it was a dynamic interview. We talked for about 90 minutes, and I convinced her of OJ's innocence for that matter. And so, but they took that and they cropped that down and they put me on there for about 30 seconds. And instead, they had the snitches, those gun-toting snitches that Las Vegas, Clark County gave them some sort of a sweet deal where guys that made a crime aggravated by virtue of toting weapons to a crime scene were able to walk free on probation. I mean, I never heard anything like that. And the media doesn't question what kind of deal did these guys get where they give OJ a death sentence for a misdemeanor, going to get his own stuff, on his own personal belongings, keepsakes that were in his mother's house, and then they give these snitches, these gun-toting snitches, probation. It makes no sense, and I would love to know what the deal was that they got. But be that as it may, after we did that interview, I got on their case because they only put, I would never have signed up to go to Vegas to do a 90-minute interview, and then you only put me on for like 30 seconds. I would not have signed up for that. So they said, okay, well, we're going to get you on Good Morning America, and Stephanopoulos is going to give you a call. So George Stephanopoulos and Dan Abrams, they called me up, and I think you can probably find it on the internet. But so Stephanopoulos, he's asking me about, OJ's time in jail and what's he going to do when he gets out, and he's going to pay this money to Goldman and all this other stuff. And I said, OJ has gone through quadruple, jeopardy, because when they tried him in Santa Monica following his acquittal, it was the first time in the history of American jurisprudence when an individual has been cleared, or when a defendant has been cleared of murder, involuntary manslaughter, accidental death, or what have you, and then held accountable for the same crime in a second trial. Now, legal theorists will try to split hairs and tell you that, well, there's a difference between civil and criminal, but there's no difference in the spirit of the law. The spirit of the law is this is nothing more than double jeopardy, and that's the first case of double jeopardy in American history. Secondly, they took his children from him, and he had to fight to get his children back. That was triple jeopardy. And everyone knows that what they did to him in Vegas, they were just getting back to him for his perceived getting away with killing 2 white people in California, so he was getting punished for that. That's quadruple jeopardy, okay? And so I tell him, look, I just want to say something to honor the deceased, because if Ron and Nicole were here today, they would tell you that you got the wrong guy. And Stephanopoulos said, well, you don't know that. And I said, yes, I do, and I can back it up. He said, well, go ahead. Well, the backup is Nicole and her mama spoke by phone at midnight while OJ was signing autographs on the red-eye flight. And they submitted some fake, phony phone records, purely fraudulent, that supported Marsha Clark's fictitious timeline. Okay? And without those phony phone records, her case would have fell apart from the very inception. And the last thing is that only a fool would assume that one guy could kill two people with a knife in Brentwood and nobody heard anything.
We got less than a minute.
So at that, say that again?
Less than 1 minute we got.
Yeah. So at that point, Stephanopoulos tells Abrams, say something to him. So Abrams claims, well, I'm the fool. I believe it. I'm a fool. Okay. And then he starts running a diatribe about the civil trial with all the evidence. And I said, well, may I respond to that? And when I did, a producer came on the air and said, Dr. Johnson, we had to take you off the air. And if there's anything you'd like to say to these guys, we need to know what you're going to say.
And that was the second time they invited you back. That was the second time. Dr. Johnson.
So then they called me back. About, I said, tell them that they gave an innocent man a death sentence for a misdemeanor. And so he hung up. He calls me back 2 hours later. He says, look, you're going to be on Good Morning America, but tomorrow we want you to stick to the storyline. All we want to know is what he did in jail and what he's going to do when he goes home. But we don't need to know nothing else. And then the lady that got me the interview, she calls me up. She says, please. He says, that confrontation, that's all they can talk about for the behind the scenes for the rest of the day. And they looking at me like I opened the door for you to come in and do that to them. So if you will kindly, for my sake, just not be too confrontational and go soft, we'll work to get your story out later, but tomorrow morning's not the right time, so please. So I said, okay, well, I'll go soft on it tomorrow morning.
Dr. Johnson, we're totally out of time. Dr. Henry S. Johnson, double-crossed for blood, O.J. Simpson's constitutional disaster, and then his brother, T.H. Johnson, one of our favorite guests, Pursuit of Exhibit 35 and Serpents Rising. Dr. Johnson, thank you so much.
Hey, great, man. It was good to talk to you.
Good night. Keep in touch. Keep in touch. Thank you.
Yeah.